Hello, hello. And today we are going to work on Kast, the programming language. What am I going to do? That's a question. Actually, not sure yet. But last time, I was trying to make metaprogramming better, and we found a bug. I think the new bug that I have not seen before. It says typeshape type is not T. I'm pretty sure the reason for that is I think that in this case, what is what to generate. And what to generate is a list, it has arguments, which is a list of types, right? But since list is a generic thing, it's a list of T's, but T is type. And like T is not being substituted with type or something here. So it thinks that this is different. I think that's what's happening. But in order to actually debug this, I would want to figure out why. I would want to simplify this, right? Also, I see that I cannot hover these things in the LSP, which is weird, right? Usually, I should be able to hover every little thing, but I'm not over here for some reason. I can only hover the entire thing. Const generate is equal to that. Why is that? So if I like comment this out, there's going to be a regular like constant thing. So are you saying that if I say const x is 1, 2, 3? Wait, am I unable to hover consts? Is that what's happening? Did I break that? Like over here, for example. Yes, I cannot hover the inner things here either. So I literally broke it a second ago. So we will need to fix the LSP hover of consts. I guess we were going to just maybe be fixing bugs. Right, and then fix the inference bug that we saw here. All right, let's try to figure out why I cannot hover this. So when I am compiling a constlet, basically, when I'm evaluating a constlet, I am saying that if I don't, yeah, I see, like that's what I did, right? I'm not generating this, like, so previously I was still generating the constant as like a let thing in the runtime, But now I'm not, in case this scope is not recursive. Which means smaller generated code, which is good. But it also means that I cannot hover, because in this case, and, well, I mean, I guess in any case, maybe. I mean, I have a constant here anyway. Data add, expression, value, expression, value. Yeah, this over here, we are adding the data so that this expression that I evaluated is remembered. I only am remembering it here, while in reality, I should do that to the entire thing, basically. Like this. So to the result, I'm adding the fact that this is done. Yeah, I think that's all, literally. That's going to be the first bug fixed. Right? There we go. Now I can hover this thing inside. All right. So for the next one, we need to uncomment this again. And there you go. T cannot escape the scope. This is AST. All right. So let's try to simplify this example. I think the issue is that we have a macro that is capturing a value containing a list. That's the general idea here, right? All right. Number literally is for this type. Wait a second. What is this? Number literally in for this type. Is this like the similar thing? This over here is weird because X. Why is X type here? This over here is very weird. This might actually be the same bug. Because something is... This is supposed to be an integer, right? Because we're saying let var being equal to 0. And then we're quoting the 0. And I'm printing it. And maybe the issue is that this is a generic thing. So T is type. And we're trying to unify this T with type. T in this case is supposed to be an integer. And it's kind of a similar issue. By the way, it works. Oh. Oh, it breaks because of a different file. I should fix that. If I have LSP working on multiple files, the inference breaks in one file that can affect the other files. I should fix that at some point. So this example actually works. If I comment out everything except for the playground test, though, then this is working now. Now this is an integer. Yep. So that we don't process any other files. If I don't process any other files, why are these diagnostics still present? Shouldn't this not be present anymore? Oh, or like if I don't update it from the LSP, then it stays the old diagnostics. I think that's the issue, the thing, yeah. Makes sense. So that's another thing in the LSP that could be fixed. If the file is no longer present in the workspace, then I should clear its diagnostics. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. All right, fine. But this is still like not the thing that I wanted, right? So what we want instead, let's have an actual macro. Macro is a function which takes something like x, right, and returns quoted x, right? Yeah, so I'm going to debug print included the AST macro with whatever is my argument here. No, not macro called. Like this is just a function that is returning the AST, right? Does this work, by the way? Hold on a second. Shouldn't this complain that there was expected to be one argument, but there is a zero argument? It doesn't complain because in this case, inside of the parentheses, there is like nothing, so there's just a single unit, and it works. A little weird. Like this is the same thing as that. Anyway, I want to print the foo, I guess, where foo is a new type, you know, with like inner list of types, right? Sure. And then we say that foo is the thing where list is the empty list, for example, right? So this is saying X is not found. Wait, this says X is not found, but that's false. Oh, because this is a let. Because this must be available at compile time. Although it says that X is not found, so it's a little weird. But yeah, no, I get why. I get why we need this to be a const. Now there's a blocked value shape t is not equal to t. But that makes no sense. Oh, t is not equal to type. Wait, is that like already an issue here? But why? That makes no sense. I have a list of types. It says t is not equal to t. That's just a bug, right? Oh, I mean, the error is actually that t is not equal to type. So the thing is not being substituted here properly, right? Maybe this is the same bug already. Can I just say that foo is a list of types? And I just say that foo is list create without like the indirection, right? This is already the same issue. Okay, can I make it with my own type? You know, my list is t, new type, value is t, right? Like something like that. So I want to have my list of types. And over here, we're just going to say, so I want this to be my list of types. Value is string. So this works because this doesn't go through a function call, maybe. Let's try to have a function create my list, right? So this would be another like t. T. This should return my list, right? So this says value. I guess it's value here, like that. This should return my list t's. Okay, so let's create my list with string, right? And there you go. This is the simpler example that is still failing. Okay. I'm pretty sure this was working previously, though, which means that I broke it. Right? Did I break it? Or did it never work? If I say let here, for example, then it actually works. So maybe it was always broken. I cannot have a compile time, like can create the generics at compile time. It like breaks whatever for whatever reason. Dbg print foo. Let's see here. So this is going to print values type string, right? So like that works. I can evaluate it in the interpreter. Interpreter is the same thing as running at compile time. So like by saying this is a const, this should actually work. Okay, let's figure out why this doesn't work. This shouldn't be that difficult to figure out, because this can be done even with no standard library, right? I think this over here doesn't require a standard library at all. Kast run no std. Well, no std means that like the type, right? Yeah, we can just say that just like in standard library, type is a native type. Otherwise, we don't know what a type is. Could not find string in scope. Const string type is native string. Okay, there we go. So without the standard library, the debugging this should be a lot easier, I guess. Okay. Can I say, can I though, like, because this is an expression, right? Can I just say that let result be this, and we return the result here, right? So the entire thing doesn't have the correct type, but we did evaluate this. So yes, there we go. This was evaluated, and the value is of type T, but it should be a value of type string. Oh, it should be a value, the type of value is type, not the T, because this creates a list of types, because the type of string is type, not T, of course. If I specify here specifically type, explicitly, this is still the issue, right? We don't want to specify that explicitly though. What if I do dbg? So I cannot do dbg print, but I can do native dbg print, and I can call this with result, right? So we actually, so at compile time, this is evaluated to be the thing which is value type string, but we can also dbg print type of result, which I mean I already see, because actually this is weird. So debug printing says that the type is value is of type type, but if I hover this, then the value is of type T, right? Not of the type type. So I like the thing that is printed is not equal to the thing that is actually here. It's supposed to be the same though. So yeah, that's weird. Let's figure out why. Doesn't it mean that potentially if I just say let result be create my list string, this should also be right? Like over here it says that this is a type, but if I do this at compile time, maybe if I do this at compile time, no, this is still a type. Okay, is it because I am doing the annotation here that this is my list type? No, that's not the thing. Or is it because the entire evaluated thing is of type my list type? Yes. So it's like after evaluation, the thing becomes broken. Well, I mean, no, that's not the thing. Result. There we go. Now it is. Now it is. Okay. Potentially it's because this, my list type, maybe like, so there's two T's here. This T is like T1, and this T is T2, right? So one of these T's is broken. So we can see here that we are trying to unify with T2. So the one that we use when creating the list. All right. Let's start actually like just debug printing something. So the issue happens in this case. Let's see when it happens. Probably somewhere in the const lat, right? You're creating a new language. I am. Hello, dark pencil. This one, the screen is my language, and I'm debugging the type inference bug right now on this simple example. So are you like really good at coding? I don't know. A little bit. I don't know. There are definitely people who are better than me. You know, like I'm debugging a bug right now, right? So, which means that I made a bug. If you make a bug, are you good at coding? How do you make a language? Well, I don't know. You just like, I don't know. Like, how do you make anything? You just make it, and like, you know, and that's it. But you start small and then you grow bigger is the general idea, right? You figure out like the smallest, the minimum viable product. You do that, and you keep adding features until you're satisfied. That you had to assign like value to binary values. I don't even know what that means. But like when you say binary, I'm not even sure. Like, are you thinking about like binaries as like the files, executables that we're creating? Because I'm actually not doing that for now. My language is not creating any binaries. It's just like being interpreted right now. Or I have a transpiler to JavaScript. But we start the language by just having an interpreter. And then we like add the transpiler. Then eventually we add the compiler to the native binaries. Because like, you know, that's the simple path in my opinion. Rahul, hello. New programming lang. Well, it's not that new. It's already like 1 year old, I guess, since I started working on it. I think you're just confused. Well, do you know any programming languages? There are different programming languages which work differently, right? Like Bash is a programming language, for example, also. And then there's C++, which is also a programming language. And they work completely differently. All right, I'm trying to like debug the inference bug here. I have to do some logging. I don't really know them very well. I can do logic for Python, but my OP I'm still new to. Yeah, I'm not really making an object-oriented programming language though, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, right now, like I said, I'm debugging the type inference bug, which is something that Python doesn't like really promote because Python is a dynamically typed language. So when you say in Python something like, I don't know, a is like 2, right? But you can previously say a is equal to string hello, and then you overwrite it with 2, right? So it was a string and now it's like a number, an integer or whatever, right? This is something that is supposed to not compile even in my language because these are different types, because this is usually means that you have a bug because you don't want to mix different like things, you know, in order to guarantee that your program is correct. That's like the general idea of types. I don't know if you're familiar with any other typed languages or if you use the type ascriptions in Python that were added recently, but in general we want to make sure that the programs are not that easy to break at runtime. So we have the type system and I have a bug in it currently. Hello, Nigel. There's no some basic on HTML, JS, and some C++. All right. Okay, I was just trying to log here, you know, evaled, or I don't know, compiled, const, value print. value. So I did not compile this const yet, right? So yes, the issue happens like somewhere inside of this file, I'm pretty sure. Maybe I even evaluated const. Let's first say that I evaluated const. Do I have span here? I do. So I compile this thing. Oh wait, hold on. So it says that I cannot even evaluate it. All right. It says that I cannot even evaluate it. All right. Let's say that I'm starting to compile it then, right? Starting to compile const at this place. Let's see if I even started doing this. Type errors located in std finally over. Can you explain that line? Which one? There's many lines everywhere. Yeah, I did start to compile this. Okay. There's 20,000 lines. Can you explain what each part of the line you edited was? Okay, so this is OCaml programming language that I'm writing here. Log info means that I want to log something when this line. So this is a function. This is the function body, right? I want to, in the beginning of the function, log the fact that I am starting to compile, because this is the function that does the compilation of the constants. And that's how we print things in OCaml, basically. I don't know. I don't want to explain OCaml to you. If you're a beginner programmer, maybe this stream is not for you, honestly, because it is some advanced things. I don't want to be explaining like that much detail. I don't want to be teaching people how to program. Yeah, like no one really understands the code that I'm writing anyway, so like you know, when people watch the stream, I don't know, like no one really understands it. Even I don't understand my own code sometimes. Asking me to explain it, I don't know. That's too much. You are asking too much of me. All right. So I started. So this is me. Set value type while compiling const set value type. I guess this is not happening because this is the inference. No, it actually did happen. It actually did happen. All right. All right. Let's go further. So it's like, if is it the evaluation, right? Before eval const. Let's see if I get there. I am. Okay, so I am evaluating. So the problem lies in the interpreter. The expression here is me just calling a function and instantiating it, right? So yes, that's I mean, this is eval const specifically. Eval const is different. Oh wait, look at this. New not inferred of type. expression data type. Maybe this? Other login libraries that remove all trace calls from the executable when your login is set more than trace? No. I don't think so. I mean, I guess it is possible to do it with a preprocessor in OCaml. So, like, maybe there are some preprocessor things, right? Because there's an overhead, but the only overhead is like creating a function. That's why my logging functions are functions that take other functions, because I don't actually print if the if my like trace is not there, right? And that overhead is really small, I'm assuming. I mean, there is still an overhead, but yeah. I'm not actually printing things. That was an overhead. That was a huge overhead previously, though. Yes, and then I changed it to this, which makes it a lot more verbose, which sucks, but, you know. Yeah, I guess, like, with the preprocessor it could be done. Because you still need to... basically, we're checking if the like, the logging level is trace or not at runtime, because we also can check it at runtime. I'm usually, like, changing this at compile time, but you can... like, enable the login at runtime too. Hello, Penguin. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, there you go. Look at this. Cost. Okay, evaluated const to be this. Const temp result is this. Right, because we have a temporary result, because I don't evaluate the constants immediately. All right. Looking clean, bratan. Hello, bratan. Thanks. Yeah, I just took a shower, you know, like once in a year. Taking a shower is like useful, I guess. Now we can not take shower in another year. Expected thing. So yes, the way it's happening here, because in order to evaluate the constant, I might need to like wait for something else to compile. Because of that, we are like doing it in an async way, where I say that the result of this constant is actually some like new not inferred variable, and then I like calculate it, and then I like unify this temporary value with like the new value and stuff. Optimizing your showering by doing them all at compile time. Yeah. All right, so yes, so that's what's happening here. Basically, it's something like this. So this is being rewritten kind of like in a thing where we say result is like underscore. Underscore means like a placeholder, and then we say like async underscore. I mean, result is create my list. And then we return result here. So something like this is what actually happens when I evaluate my constants. And it seems like it's not working when I'm unifying them. So why is that? Because of the types then, I'm assuming. So let's see here. The result is this. And I want to print the type of the result. type print value type of result. Okay. Type print type of value. So those are the two things that I'm trying to unify. Right? There you go. Look at this. So I'm trying to unify the value type is string, where the value's type is t2, and this is wrong because I'm trying to unify t2 and type. This should be type. Okay. So that kind of makes sense. Maybe. Or like actually doesn't. So the question is why when I evaluated this thing, the type was different, right? So in order to evaluate this is a generic function. We create the value. Can I... Wait, hold on. Can I just say that this is value? And this just returns t2. And this is just going to be type and not even my list type. And this is still going to break. Or is this not going to break anymore? No, this doesn't break. So, okay. It has to be like this. Okay, well, let's log everything that I'm evaluating. I want to print the type here, I guess, too, right? Type print value type of result. Alright, so here's what's happening. I'm evaluating this little thing. This is type string, which is type. Type string. Value t2. Yes, I see. I feel like I'm close to finding the root cause of this bug. Um, So what I'm trying to evaluate here is the expression tuple, right? Evaluate expression tuple. So type is expression data type, await inferred, expect tuple, get. And this is not correct. Because this type also needs to be like monomorphized in this case. I am not replacing it with the generics. I think this was introduced recently. I should never look at the expression types directly. I should do the monomorphized type. Of this thing. So expression data type, also in the variant, also should be monomorphized. Expression module also needs to be monomorphized. I'm pretty sure like all of these. I should never look at the data type, basically. So now I only look at this in the monomorphized type thing. And this over here also packed pattern data type. This is when I'm doing the packing. This is when I'm doing the pattern matching. Over here, I guess it like kind of is not necessary, but at the same time, I kind of want this to be monomorphized too, I guess. Wait, I don't have state here? I guess I don't. Fine, packed pattern data type. I'm not like using the types here, so I don't need to monomorphize them. I'm only looking at the members. Let's have the comment here to do no morphized type here, since we don't look at the actual type, only care about members. Should it be not to do? Like, let's just like check. So this field is like ignored here. All right, it's going to work now, right? Looks like it did. Okay. So if we now go back to my CodeGen example, Restart language server. This one doesn't work because I commented everything in the workspace. So let's do this again. There you go. Look at that. Look at that. That works, I think. Kast. Examples, code gen. Oh, no native. That's right. Because this is supposed to generate the bindings to the JavaScript. So we do like target JS here, right? There you go. There you go. Look at this. So this example is the example of how would we generate the bindings to the JavaScript libraries. So in this case, I'm asking it to generate a binding to the parse float function, which takes as an argument a string and returns a float 64. And it's like generates the JavaScript like binding for me. And then we can generate more things like this. Okay, okay. Fix no monomorphized types in some places. Okay, so do we now actually try to like create the bindings to something? Like ideally, I also want to like this to be parsed from a spec, right? Or like, yeah, like parsed from a spec. Is there a spec for like things like parse float and stuff? Where is the specification even existing? Parse float. There's a link to the spec here, right? Specification, ECMAScript language specification. Is there a specification in like in the machine readable form? For these things. About the specification. Single pages, multiple pages. Like so, like the JavaScript specification itself is not is not available. Is it? Like what I want to do is something similar to the Rust like bindings to the JavaScript and like the web APIs directly. I guess the web IDLs is about the web specific APIs, but like parse flows is more like JS sys. Right, so we have JS sys crate and we have the web sys crate. The web sys provides the bindings to the web APIs, procedurally generated crate from the web IDL, right? So that's what I want to do, similarly to that. But JS is this done manually? I'm not sure. Let's take a look. So there's like the thing called wasm bindgen in Rust, which is generating the bindings. Or there is just bindgen when you generate the bindings to C libraries, but we're not at that stage yet. So we just do the JavaScript. So I'm wondering what's the source here, right? Because okay, it seems like it does like it seems like that this is indeed written by hand. Like the decode Yuri thing, right? So there is no specification for that, really? Yuri mentioned, yeah. There is a built-in thing to decode Yuris apparently in JavaScript. You have like array.keys, array.entries, like, so all of these things are generated, and yeah. I mean, I can do this by, I mean, this is still better than like, you don't try the implementation of the glue here yourself, right? So this is working through the procedural macro wasm bindgen, which says that like this function is from this namespace in JavaScript, and that you should catch the exceptions from there to return the result, right? And this is generating the glue code for you. I just find it weird that there is no like machine readable specification for that. So like all of this also is supposed to not be written by hand. I was thinking, just like in the websys. Is there any machine readable spec of everything in JavaScript so I can generate bindings for my length similar to WebIDL? There isn't one canonical machine readable everything JS schema. The way so WebIDL covers only the web APIs, right? But the language spec itself is a prose spec, not a schema. So you cannot just feed it to a generator. There is TypeScript lib declarations though, right? We can parse the DTS files. That's a good idea, maybe. Right? I'm not sure, like, parsing the TypeScript, though, is, I don't know, might be a little bit too much work. Maybe. So we have the web ideals for these things, but Node.js TypeScript declaration, DTS for the node, yeah. Yeah, I guess it is the DTS then. So, but if there are, but then do we even do? Did you take a look for any links on the ECMA page? I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure. This is the specification. There is like no schema here. I'm pretty sure. Parsing DTS files is not that bad of an idea, though. The TypeScript definitions, right? That's probably like not that simple. So I mean, technically there is not that many things that I would want to import from the JavaScript, right? Is there? I mean, this file over here is 7,000 lines long. This is the JS from the Rust, but most of it is like the comments. How much of this is not a comment is a question, right? So this does not include any web, node, or any other JS environment. Only the things that are guaranteed to exist in the global scope by the ECMAScript standard. Global objects. Boom, boom. Right? This is all that we have. This is not that many things. What is this? Reflection? Reflect, proxy? Never used this thing. Like, also, I'm not sure if I need to generate the bindings to everything. It would be nice to, like, generate everything automatically, right? But we can start by like generating some things, of course. Where is the where would I see the DTS file for this? So where would I find a DTS file for the commonly available global objects similar to JSSys? TypeScript already ships it. Yeah, we just need to find it, right? So yeah, there we go. So we have in the node modules TypeScript, libdom DTS, ES next, bleeding edge proposals, ES 2015, ES5. Web worker, shared memory, right? Like basically these things is what we want. Can I look at them? Node modules, types, node, TypeScript, lib. Here's libdts. Reference lib ES5, DOM, script host. So ES5 is the important one, right? ECMAScript APIs. So do you think it would be difficult to parse this? Here's actually like, hold on, like we will need to parse like something, right? We will need to parse this potentially, or we will need to parse web IDLs in any case, right? So there is already like multiple parsers, and then there's also the parser for the language that we already have, the Kast parser. And you know what? The Kast parser is pretty generic. So I am wondering if we can actually parse the TypeScript with the Kast parser. We just need to specify the rules differently, right? And maybe the lexer differently also, because this is hard-coded to like, yeah, my lexer could be changed into how do we like split the tokens and stuff. But yeah, I think that's doable. And if we do that, how about we actually start the work on rewriting the language in itself, where we actually write the parser of the parser that I already have in Kast, and maybe introduce the more like custom, like the customization options for that. I mean, either that, or I can like customize my existing parser without rewriting it and expose the APIs in the interpreter. That's another option. But trying to rewrite the parser in Kast itself, that sounds like a fun thing to do. That does sound like a fun thing to do. But also exposing the parser is a fun thing. Also, how do I want to approach this? Like, because like, you know, what if there is no TypeScript definition to the binding that I want to provide, right? Over here, we have the parse float, right? And this is the TypeScript definition. Here is my current code gen, which says generate this. So this is the already parsed this thing, basically, right? But what if the generate was a function that took like the JavaScript thing directly? So I'm something like this, where we just generate, like, I don't know, we would just say like JS binding or something. And then over here, we just inline the TypeScript definition directly. This should be parsed, which means that, like, you know, this is parsed automatically and stuff. So right now, this doesn't work because the lexer doesn't, like, allow this, right? This is not how the comments are supposed to work in my language. But if we allow that, because, like, otherwise I need to, like, make this a string, I guess. Right? But if we make it a string, the downside is that we lose, like, the syntax highlighting and stuff, which is kind of nice. I did want to be able to embed other languages in the language anyway, for, like, things like SQL and some other things, instead of embedding them as a string. So maybe we want that. It shouldn't be that difficult, but we need to, like, figure that out. Yeah, I have, like, some issues with my, like, there are not the issues, just some of the things that I planned for are not implemented yet. So basically, this means that JS, right? This is going to be like a custom syntax JS, which says JS. Right? But this code, so right now, for the parser, everything is an expression, right? Everything is an expression. Right? So because everything is an expression, this over here is a regular Kast expression, but I want this expression to be the expression written in a different language. So right now, everything must be written in the same language, actually. Well, but the language can be extended, and only then, like, the inner nodes can have a different language, I guess. But in this case, we want to specify this syntax as if this was taking the syntax, like, I don't know how to specify this here, but, like, this is like a JavaScript expression or something, you know? And then, like, we basically say something like JavaScript expression is like the syntax module, or I don't know, something, where we define the syntax rules of how to parse the JavaScript, basically. Which means that we would be able to parse it, and then after that, since we have the parsed JavaScript, while transpile to JavaScript, why not? You either transpile to JavaScript, or you, like, compile to the native, and then you somehow compile the native to JavaScript or WebAssembly, which is like 2 steps instead of 1 step. Why not do it in 1 step? JavaScript is easier to compile to than C, because it doesn't have the types. And, like, I just use the garbage collector there instead of implementing the memory management. It's just a lot less work. That's not how I want the language to work eventually, yes. But for now, this is the way, because it's the simple way. And I want to be able to run in the browser. That's, like, one of the most important targets for me, because I want to be participating in game jams, because that's how I test the language. Or are you saying that I should start working on, instead of this, I can work on the C transpiler? Sure. That's another thing that I could do. So right now I have two targets. I have the interpreter and JavaScript transpiler. But if I just try to test that all the things that I have done so far already also going to be working on the native, that's another thing. Like there is a bunch of things that I want to do, right? Maybe like, let's see. There's a bunch of things that I want to work on. Right? There's a bunch of things that I want to work on. Transpile to C. So in general, like the way we work on the language is that we have the interpreter first, because that's the simplest thing, and we needed to be able to run things at compile time anyway. Right? So this is done. Then we transpile to JavaScript, because this is the simpler form. This is like half done, but we basically say that it's done, I guess. It just can be improved by a lot, right? Then we transpile to C to be able to run native code. Then eventually we use LLVM for maximum performance. Unless I actually want to generate my own like thing and like try to compete with LLVM, but I don't think that that is like reasonable, you know? So the reason I do it like this is because this is like in order of like how much work needs to be done, you know? So the interpreter was available to us on day one, basically. JavaScript we only introduced like a month ago or something, right? And C is more work because it's a lower level target than JavaScript. It shouldn't be that difficult, but it's just more work. That's what I'm saying. So the other things that we want to be doing is like be able to having the bind gen. So we want to generate the bindings automatically for the targets, right? So right now I'm having the JavaScript target, so I want to have the JavaScript bind gen, right? So we want to parse web IDLs or DTS files, right? The TypeScript definitions to do that automatically. Right now I can do it manually, but we want it to be done automatically, right? When we transpile to C, we are also going to be able to do the bind gen, where we like parse the header files, I guess, to generate the bindings for us. So that's what I was thinking to do, like, at this moment. In order to do the JS bind gen, though, right? Because I want to do these two things, right? I want to be able to embed DSLs in the language. That was already planned, right? So we have the extensible syntax, but it's like not finished. Like the work on that is not finished. I should be able to import the syntaxes for the DSLs. In this case, the web IDL could be the DSL, or the header file could be the DSL, or like the DTS can be a DSL, or HTML can be DSL, SQL, like whatever, right? Instead of just parsing them as strings, we can use the existing parser to parse this thing for us instead of implementing the same thing multiple times, because the parser is generic. It should be generic enough in theory. Because my parser is basically a parser generator. So like, the goal would be here to be able to parse the binding definitions. What are the other things that I would want to potentially work on? Like, we can also just ignore these things and like just try to write a program, right? Like continue developing the game engine, like so-called game engine, so that we will like participate in game jams. Or like basically we want to test the language by writing some software in it, right? Which could include self-hosting, right? So these things are in no particular order, I guess. Well, the bind gen to the C is like the sub goal of the transpiling to C, and JavaScript bind gen is the sub goal here, right? What else? Like, I mean, JavaScript bindgen will make it easier to write games, I'm assuming. Well, I mean, not yes, but at the same time, like I have already written like most, like we already made a game without having to generate the bindings, right? You can always write the bindings by hand. There is not that many APIs that I actually use. The bind gen is like nice, so that, for example, when I change the language, I already changed the language once to like change the calling convention when I'm transpiling to JavaScript. So like that could be handled more automatically, right? Because I can basically break the existing bindings, which is why having them being generated automatically helps a lot. Because then I just need to change the in one place instead of in 1,000 places. Let's take a look actually at the game code, because maybe we just work on this thing, the like improving the language to like the syntax is still a little bit weird. So over here, right? Here's how it works right now. Here's my binding, right? I say GL clear. I forward this to the JS call custom syntax, right? Which is basically like the lightweight form of bind gen, right? Whatever. So the issue here is that this over here is a macro, is a like custom syntax that is defined in this file, and this same syntax is also defined in this file, and the same syntax is also defined in some other file potentially, right? So yeah, basically I don't have the ability to actually import the syntax yet. If we talk like about general other things, we just like generally improve the language, I guess. So like compilation targets is interpreter, JavaScript, C, and then we will have like the language improvements. Side project, I mean, not side, like, but writing code in Kast in general, right? Yeah, we can also like make more work on CookieBot, or I mean like Twitch bot. Game engine, participate in game jams. So there is like the type system improvements where context inference is not present at this point. That's like one of the bigger ones. Speaking about the context system, right? I was so like here's the idea. When I was working on the game here, right? This over here I think is pretty ugly. We basically say initialize the game engine, but initializing the game engine is the thing that is supposed to set up the game context. I'm wondering how this works in Jai, actually, right? Do you use context in Jai, Coffee Lava, if you're still here? So it is something similar. So you have like, I don't know, context like the allocator. I'm assuming that the OpenGL context is done with the context system, potentially, unless like you just work with the global functions directly. But in case of the JavaScript, there is no global functions. They are belonging to the context object. Depends how you write it, I guess. But yeah, basically some of the things, like for example, in order to be able to play the audio, I need to initialize the audio context, right? So after I initialize it, only after that we can actually use it. Like think about something like raylib, I guess. I never used really raylib, right? But I'm assuming that there is a function called initialize, and only after that you can use actually raylib, right? Yeah, usually initialize window, and after you initialize window, you can like begin drawing and stuff, and like begin drawing. This basically initialize the drawing context, right? But these things are kind of implicit in the libraries like raylib. So, and we want this to be like safer, basically, so that the compiler will complain if you try to draw something outside of the drawing context. That's the idea. Right now, it's not checked, but basically there is the context that is implicitly available to us, the drawing context, the window, the whatever, right? I don't know if like that's how you structure code in Jai 2, where basically init window is like now you have the context window. Is that how you do it or not? Do you like? You basically write your own game engine in Jai, right? So like it is very similar to the global variable, but the you just like, so you basically do just like normal C stuff. So you basically just have a global variable window, so that basically if you forget to initialize, you like don't do it. But the other issue about like in addition to forgetting to initialize a window, which would lead to, I don't know, either undefined behavior or your runtime check on every call, I guess. Over here, window should close. Which window? That's the question. What window should close? So raylib only supports one window, which is the global thing. With the context system, you have the potential for having multiple windows at the same time, while not having the API different. So the code is still going to look the same, but you still can have multiple windows, is the idea, I guess. So you don't use it that much, it seems. Or do you use the context like at all in Jai? In Jai Odin, there is a context object implicitly passed. Yes, that's what I'm talking about, right? It seems like that Coffee Lava is not using the context much, just doing like you wouldn't see. Instead of a context, you just do the global variable, and that's all. You only change the allocator, yeah. It's not so hard to just pass the window pointer. It is not so hard. That's what I am doing in my in my Rust engine, basically. But it is hard. I mean, it's not hard, but it is like time consuming. And there is not only the window, right? So the game engine consists of a lot of different things. We have the audio context, we have the input context, the OpenGL context, the window, right? And like all of these things, potentially some of your own things. I don't know, the assets. You can only use the assets after you have loaded them. That could be put into a context. Like in general, it just cleans. Like when you look at the Raylib code, there is a reason why people like it, right? Imagine if every call over here required an extra argument. That's just like seems unnecessary, right? So we do have the same context system. And it is supposed to be also type checked so that you have a compilation error if you misuse it. But yeah, so the goal is to have like the very simple API on the surface, but at the same time being like type safe, which is like and like flexible at the same time, you know, so that you can have multiple windows, you can have multiple things, you can mock right, the API, so you can create a fake window or whatever for testing purposes. So I was just getting to the fact that so the context system is basically having implicit arguments to functions. That's what it is. And what I realized when I was when I was making my example game is that I don't only need the implicit arguments to functions, but I think I also need the implicit return values of the functions. So if you think about it, what is init window? Init window is a function that implicitly initializes the context. So basically, after you call this function, now every following code can use the window, right? So that's what it means. And since I don't have this right now, I call the init function, and then I get these context objects, and this, for example, this function initializes two contexts, the game engine context and the OpenGL context. Right? So like, and if it was initializing multiple things, like, you know, even more things, that would be even more verbose. While in reality, what I just want to say is I just want to say game engine init. And now after that, I can just use everything that game engine provides. Which means that the context system, context, like, is there any other language that provides that, or can you do that stuff in like Jai or Odin? As far as I understand, you cannot. I mean, I guess in Odin, you like your context is a mutable object, so you can like change the, like, you can just mutate it, maybe, right? And that's how you mutate the caller's context or something. Like, can you say in Jai or Odin something like change allocator to arena allocator or something? And like any code after that will use it, because right now, so I'm using the with syntax here, right? So this would be just like with allocator being like new arena allocator. So this is the built-in language feature which introduces the context, right? But now I want this to be done more explicitly through a different function. Because maybe this different function introduces other things than allocators. You know? You just do context dot allocator is this. So you just literally mutate the context, right? So is context... So you actually can do this in Jai then, right? Is there any docs to that? Jai context system. You can also add members to it. Yeah. There's an interesting feature in Gleam language called use. When you wrote use before function call, it makes the rest of the function body as callback and passes it to call. It sounds strange, but it actually is amazing. Yeah, that's how like languages like Coca do the context basically too. Yeah. Which is similar. Yes, I guess that cool. That would be one of the implementations, but yeah. So basically, the with audio context being this could be, in fact, the syntax sugar for something like, you know, with audio context be audio in it. Do the rest of the things, right? So this is like. So the audio context is present inside of this thing. So this is basically the remaining stuff in the function, right? And like your context is only available there, but not outside, and you would do it automatically. And you, if you pass it as a function argument, this thing. But this means that this is an explicit function argument. It's yeah. John Blow deleted the wiki so no one could copy his language. Wait, really? Is he worried about other people copying his language? I mean... Weird. I guess like this is similar to adding the context, right? So this is like this is basically like context dot input is equal to so like I am adding the new field to the context object, which is input here, right? But in my case, I guess this is more like I think there was the push context thing in Jai that I saw. This is more like the pushing. So it's available only until the rest of the scope currently. That's the thing. But yeah, I guess this is... So yeah, we are going to copy Jai, I guess, even although the wiki is deleted, where we are going to introduce the context mutation. I wouldn't say I'm copying Jai, but it is a very similar language, and like these features are not that like there's multiple features that I have not seen in other languages than my language and Jai's basically. I guess. You have the mind and John Blow? I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, there are still a lot of things that I'm doing differently. Like John Blow is like his language is like targeting like I don't know. Like I'm trying to make a higher level language. I'm focusing more on the higher level things, even although I want to do low level stuff, right? John Blow is focusing more on the low level stuff, and I'm focusing more on the high level stuff, I think. Is like what it boils down to. still. But yeah, I mean, my game is also basically a Sokoban. So yeah. But a higher level John Blow, it's just I don't know. I just as I understand, he worries a lot about the performance of the things and like low level details that I don't like worrying about. I want to worry about like the actual game logic instead, and be able to write that logic easier, right? I do want to be able to worry about the low level details much, right? So that the game runs fast. But I usually like don't get to that stage, you know. So I do not do premature optimizations. But that means that like my interpreter right now is really slow. I'm transpiling to JavaScript, and that is also a lot slower than it could be, right? Because I'm just trying to like make something work first and then make it work fast. Main feature of Jai is how AST processing works inside the compiler and terminals, which allows, in theory, very easily transformed typed ASTs to add plugins to the compiler. Yeah, I want to have the same thing. Well, I mean, yes. So I don't expose the typed AST. I call that just the intermediate representation, I guess. But I will. That was the plan. That was the plan. The idea is like not only to be able to add plugins to the compiler, but to write the compiler, which is basically a function that is performed at compile time. So here's like what is planned, right? So when you write your game, you like Coffee Lava is transpiling the Jai into GLSL, right? So the way I see it being done is that you just write a function, vertex shader or whatever, and this is just a regular function that you would be able to run through the interpreter or transpile it to GLSL. And transpile to GLSL is literally just a function that is being invoked at compile time. Is that like exactly how it's done in Jai or not? Because basically you will be able to see the internal representation of the function, right? So that you can inspect it and write the transpiler, and that would be able to run at compile time. So that's what Jai is doing, right? And yeah, that's like one of the features that I don't think like other languages are doing. Basically, I don't know if it's exactly the same, or maybe like does it have to be like in a different file, potentially in Jai or something. Like it's just supposed to be working really transparently in my language. And I can do it already, I'm not exposing the APIs because I did not get to it yet. But that was the plan from the very beginning. But yeah. I just learned about Jai like shortly after I started making my language, I guess. I don't know why I didn't know that Jai existed earlier. Oh, because it's like closed and whatever. Yeah, sure, man. Yeah, I'm copying Jai. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's the reason why John Blow closed the wiki, right? Because I started making Kast. He's scared of competition. I see how it is. I don't think he should be worried because like if I'm going like the same pace as Jai, then my language is going to be ready in like more than 10 years, right? So like he's safe for at least 10 years, I guess. And then in that time, Jai will also maybe like improve. Maybe it will like have all of the other features that, as far as I understand, he's not planning to, like borrow checker, for example. I do plan for the borrow checker, and John Blow does not worry about that. He thinks it's like unnecessary friction. But you know, Almost same lol. I'll study my language because I don't like all this weird ops in Jai. What's your language about? Did I see your language? Any links? So that we can like copy your language too? We should copy all the languages. You know, I'm not only copying Jai, I'm copying all of them. A little bit from everyone. So what were we getting into? Yeah, maybe like that's like looking into that is a thing. Bum, bum. Oh wait, so you are saying then, if I understand this correctly, then so basically the way I'm having it is I'm having Rai for the context and Jai does not, right? Is that true? So basically, here's what's actually happening in my language semantically. When I say like with you know, like allocator being like new arena allocator, and I'm doing this inside of a scope, basically at the end of this scope, this allocator is no longer present. Right? So the allocator is not present here, right? So so like we have current allocator. That's the syntax for accessing the current thing, right? So this thing is not present here anymore. But in Jai, I'm guessing you are doing like push context allocator, or I don't know what the syntax is. It's like new arena allocator, and then in the end of the thing, you actually like say pop, so that like this is done explicitly in Jai. Is that right? And then like basically the only thing that needs to be done is like so now what I want is like I want to get rid of the pop, which is implicitly there currently. I foresaw this and did not public anything yet, but I could compile 2.5 million lines of code per second to native linked executable, so it's already better than Jai. Push context is used to push custom fields to it. Yeah, I mean, for me, everything is custom. I don't have any built-in fields in the context. Everything is custom. But I think that's what I need to like get rid of the implicit pop, which basically, like I said, means that I have the Rai for the like for this thing. Add context to add fields to it. Yeah. I mean, I have something similar. I don't call it add field. It's called over here. It's just called context, right? So this is basically it defines a new context of this type, right? A new field called context of the context type. I might change like the syntax here, but yeah, that's basically it. It's adding a new field to the context object. Actually, if you have global thread local variables, you can easily emulate context features. You do push context, mutated context, and you don't set the context back to its original state. Well, I mean, yeah, that's what I basically need to do to implement what I wanted to do, right? If you have global thread local variables, you can easily emulate context feature by global stacks or of anything, and pushes could be followed by defer pop. Yes. But that's basically just the implementation detail for now. Like, so right now I have two targets, right? Which is the interpreter and JavaScript, and so in the interpreter, the context is just the implicit like evaluation state variable. In the JavaScript, the context is actually being passed as an implicit argument, similar to Odin, I guess. It's a hidden like argument with all of the fields. Literally, yeah, like that's literally what it is. Bum 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 bum. So maybe, hold on, with context. So right now, in my like this thing, I only have basically the loop as my context. Okay. Yeah, it's easier to see in the game example. So maybe I just change the syntax actually, and I will say that. So input context, this is basically a named field, right? This is the name of the field in the context. Context type is basically the name of the field in the context. Right? Because you can have multiple, like, different fields named the same. So, like, you have, like, a first-class name in this case. So that your names don't collide if you name them similarly into different, like, libraries or whatever. Right? So we basically say maybe something like context dot gl context is equal to gl ctx. So this is just setting this field, like mutating it basically, right? Well, I mean, yeah. Or is this like same as a push? Like what happens if there is currently a context of this type, right? That's the question. So there's two things. One of them is we actually push it, and the other one is we actually override it, right? So then if we pop it later, it either like comes back to the previously set context or the one before that, basically, right? Yeah, it's like, are we replacing the top of the stack, or are we adding a new thing to the top of the stack? I guess, yes. Yeah, that makes sense. We have like these two operations. Yes. So, yeah. So with, just like you said, is basically doing the push with a deferred pop currently. But we want it to be more flexible than that. And basically, since I also want to be like tracking the contexts in the type system, so that, you know, there are guarantees that the contexts are used properly, it means that the type of the gang init, right? So this is gang init. This is the function that returns, takes no arguments, returns no things, right? But also it takes implicit, so it, like, this function is potentially having some is potentially using some context that are supposed to be set up here, right? So I don't know, it uses allocator, right? But also we want to know if it pushes any new things at time to add function effects. That's literally what it is. Yes, I'm basically going to like implement the effect system using the context system. Yeah. So the effect system is the I don't know, like an algebraic effect is basically a context that allows to like capture the continuation or whatever. So I just don't call it the effect system, I call it the context system. But it is what it is. So technically, this is the hidden like thing that is supposed to be tracked. And like I said, there should be a new thing that is tracked, not on the input side, but on the output side, right? If I have pushed something, and did not pop it inside of the of this function, then it means that it like generates this, you know. So how would you write this? Is there any like language with the effect systems that introduces the new effect handler as the function call? Probably not, right? Because just like in this Gleam example, you instead of doing that, you basically say that the remaining part of the code is an implicit argument to the actually this function, right? That's not how I want it to be done, I think. So the idea is that this function returns contexts, or like, I don't know, pushes contexts, or like, I guess this is like uses context allocator, and then it pushes context like the game engine context and the OpenGL context. So those are the contexts that are available to us after we have called this function. Like something like this would be the full annotation of the function, which is supposed to be inferred, so we don't actually write this by hand. Hello, Harry Dream. If your function is macro expansion, then your push context is macro expansion, then your push to context will mutate the context in the previous scope. And this macro could also add proper defer to pop this context to the color scope. I don't think I want this to be macros though, because if everything is a macro, you're basically if everything is a macro, then like you are bloating the code, which leads to slower compile times. I heard that this is not an issue in Jai, but like I'm not sure why that is. Right? I'm specifically trying to do no monomorphization and no like things like that as much as I can, so that the compiled file size doesn't bloat, and then the compile times don't suck. Can I edit for you videos? I don't have money. If everything is a macro, then you're the C programmer. Yeah. So yeah, maybe like the uses allocator, and this would be like introduces or something, you know. What would be like, I want this to be not a very long keyword, I guess. Right? What is the alternatives to the introduce? So like this right now is just with, basically, with allocator. By the way, speaking about like the context and the effect systems, there is 2 ways to do this, right? So some languages with the effect systems, they like, so since this is a context system, that's what I call it, right? So we are using the allocator, but it could instead be written as like can allocate, right? That's like basically what the function can do versus what a function can use, right? It's the different way to say the same thing. Ideally, like, because like some of the things that you can do, like for example, if you like can throw an error, right? Like then what does it use, right? It uses the exception handler for the error. But that would be weird, right? So like maybe we want to like if we just use the same word though or something. That will definitely be the Jaiwei strange keywords that work in some specific places. So yeah, there is like also this question, whether we like specify what we do versus what we use. Another like thing that I have seen in other languages, like for example, this function returns nothing, right? So, but we just use the arrow. Arrow is like just a thing, a symbol instead of it being the keyword, right? But it could be a keyword, of course. You also probably should accept context in color too. That's what it is, right? This over here. Accept context in color. What do you mean accept context in color? Like explicitly, like basically, like if this function introduces the context, then like we want this to like be done explicitly here instead of implicitly, right? So like accept the contexts from like the initialization. I don't think that's necessary. Like, I mean, I can see how in some places the like basically it's like similar to effect propagation, right? Like let's say that you have a function that is like async. Async is done with another effect, right? Async. So when you have an async function, you can say basically await, right? Explicitly, or you can make it be passed implicitly. And my current thinking that it should be most of the time done implicitly, right? Like async is one of them. Another one is once again the allocator. So like, do you want like to see visually that a function call can allocate? So like you basically provide allocator for this, right? Or something, right? Like, I don't know, maybe like some more like lightweight syntax. But like in this case, you will see all of the places where your function can potentially allocate, which has advantages, of course, right? Like when you write Zig, you pass the allocator explicitly to all the functions, so you like kind of see explicitly where the allocator is used, which is kind of nice. But at the same time, I can see that this could be done with the LSP and like stuff, right? So I can give this information in the editor, potentially. and then you could remove introduces, and then you may have only some functions that could mutate your context if you want. I don't think I can remove the introduces because like this still needs to be inferred, right? It's right, because if I accept the context from that function, but that function actually doesn't introduce it, then that's also another bug, right? So the definition of the function should be type checked, should be checked that it actually does the introduction of this context, right? Are there any programming languages with not only implicit args, but also implicit return values tracked in the type system? Idris Agda, the dependent typeland. Implicit arguments. Yes, implicit returns via holes, implicit goals, and proof search. Okay. Anyone familiar with these things? Haskell's with type classes and inference abuse. Implicit args via type classes, implicit return via ambiguous result types resolved by context. Clean, these go hardest. Implicit parameters everywhere. Return values constrained so tightly by type that only one value can exist. Up to proof irrelevance. So Scala does have the implicit parameters with the given context functions. But implicit value fill in back, no. So like, yeah. Rust, no. So I need to look into Agda, Idris, and Lean. Lean, like they say something different here. Idris Lean is language designed to describe proofs. Well, Lean is a general purpose programming language which allows you to describe proofs. I think, like, I am thinking of including the proof system in my language too, right? It's because, like, when you have the dependent types in your language, you need to prove that, like, things, I mean, I don't know. I guess, like, I don't necessarily need the proofs, but it's an interesting idea to also include in the language. So I'm thinking about it. Probably not will not happen in a long time though. But proofs are not much different than regular programs, as far as I understand it. The type system knows that value must exist, and the compiler can sometimes synthesize it. The return value is implicit in the sense that the types determines the value, and the compiler can help fill it. That's different though. That's like, so that the return type is still explicit. Like, it's like calculated. It is like it is inferred how to calculate the return value. That's a different thing though from what I want here. Okay, if I wanted to do this, in my language. I need to come up with syntax. So to describe a function that takes implicit args, actually, you know what? Here's another good example. So right now, the this thing, right? So here's the arrow, right? This all on the left of the arrow is what the function takes explicitly, and this on the right side of the arrow is what the function returns explicitly, and then this with is like after. But why is it after? This is the argument, right? If we use it, it should be on the left side of the arrow because this is the input to the function and this is the output. So I think we just like move this to the left side. We need to move that to the right side, right? So you know, and then I can use the same keyword here, for example. Right, so we have the explicit arguments and the implicit arguments, and then we have explicit result with the implicit result. I think that's kind of clean, right? No? Also, I know that yeah, I think I like that actually. But like, there's another language which I always forget about that has implicit arguments at least, called Mojo, and they do it like in an interesting way. I'm wondering if they have a form of like the implicit return value. Is there a documentation? Functions take two kinds of inputs, arguments and parameters. Arguments are familiar from any other languages. They are runtime values passed into the function. On the other hand, you can think of a parameter as a compile time variable that becomes a runtime constant. For example, you have this, right? So yeah, this is like a generic, basically. Then there is optional arguments, keyword arguments, variadic arguments, homogeneous variadic arguments, heterogenic variadic arguments, variadic keyword arguments, positional only and keyword only arguments. Okay, there we go. So like if you know Python, then like there are positional only, keyword only arguments, and then there is, as far as I remember correctly, there is another thing which is like inference only arguments. No, is there no such thing? Maybe they changed the language or something. Except for params, it's Python. Well, I mean, Python also has params because you can like in the modern Python you can have the type ascriptions. So like that's basically what it is. It's the parameter that allows you to specify the type, right? Or like it could be a constant, I guess, for the const generics and stuff. But basically, like, I remember seeing this. So basically, your function arguments, they can be like positional arguments, keyword arguments, positional only, keyword only, or like mixed. And then there is another thing, which is the inference argument. So it's an argument that you never explicitly pass to the function. I don't know why I cannot find it. Maybe they removed it. But it's basically an argument which is implicit. It is still part of the function argument. So it is still like inside, basically, is what I'm saying. Right? So these are all of the arguments. And like these are like implicit, you know? So you have like the syntax for positional only arguments. Then you have a slash, then you have like positional or keyword arguments, and then you have like keyword only arguments, and then like also somewhere you can have like the only the implicit arguments, which you cannot specify, not positionally, nor with the keyword, you know, which could be used to do the things too. Like right now, these implicit things, they are outside of the arguments, but they could be inside. Basically, is what I'm saying, I guess. Are implicit arguments bound? Just resolved in the current scope? Yeah. Resolved in the current scope. And the implicit returns values are basically introducing those into...
Hello, Netzel.
Actually... Well, yeah, so here's the question: where does it introduce? For the implicit arguments, it's easy, but for the implicit return values, like where does it stop? If I call the function initialize inside of a scope, I kind of want maybe to be able to use that context outside of the scope too, right? So it's like it bubbles up everywhere, right? Is that fancy syntax for global keyword? Yes, but not exactly, because it's not exactly a global, because it's a scoped global, right? So a scoped global is not really a global, but it's not a local. It's somewhere in the middle, and it's type checked. Yes. Python global is also scoped. Scoped to what? Python. Let's see. A lot of things in the temp here. Okay, whatever. It's the Python. So in Python, you can have like a global var, right? And you say like var is equal to 1, 2, 3. So if you do this inside of a function, then you should be able to like call this function, and you have the var here, right? So like that works, but so if I do this inside of another function, like this, right? I call this function here. This is going to be same. If I say over here that var like is equal to 456. I remembered globals in Python, please stop. So this is overriding it, but here's here's the question then. If I say print var here, then it's still 1, 2, 3, right? Well, I mean, and I guess that makes sense. So the question is, where do we fall back to the previous value? That's the question, right? Because this is basically overriding it. What we want is not overriding the global variable, right? We want it to be scoped. So when you say the globals are scoped, what do you mean by that, right? So the way they are scoped is that they can basically go back to the previous value at some point, right? Which basically means kind of that the global variable is like a list, and instead of saying this, we say that var append, right? And when we access it, we kind of like access the last one, right? Like this. So like that's still the same, but if I want to pop it, I just say like var pop explicitly, right? And then it is coming back to its value. So that's like the context system in Jai, global variables being like stacks, right? Global stacks. So it's not a global variable, it's a global stack of variables. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess we need an explicit popping, right? Stackable context. Yeah. We need I think we need the explicit popping of the context. And like this is literally the semantics. This literally is the semantics then. Right? Does it work exactly like this in Jai? Like when you pop the context, like on the implementation level, does Jai store for every field in the like, so like you have the global context object which has the fields, right? And every field is basically a stack, and when you access the thing, you access the top of the stack. Is that how it works? Before any change, it adds implicit push followed by implicit pop at the end of the call. Well, that's if you like change it for the scope. No about Jai, but in Odin they handle it by making the context copy on write. But sometimes you want to overwrite so that it's the values that you have overwritten. Like that's what I'm thinking about right now. Sometimes you want the mutation to the context to be visible in the caller, not only in the current like function, right? In Jai Odin, it's always scoped. Like, didn't someone say earlier that you can push but not pop from inside of the function in Jai? And that's like literally what we want. Then you have to manually bound the scope. Yeah. That's how that's how it works for me right now. I have a context system currently, which is also scoped to the current scope. Let's write some example code test here. So we introduce the context by saying like context. So this is my custom context is like a context of type integer. I can just do that. So then we say like with custom context be unequal to 1 to 3, and we're like dbg print current custom context. This will print 1 to 3. It did not print 1 to 3 because my language sucks apparently. Why not? Didn't I say integer? I do not unify this type, maybe? It's supposed to be an integer. Hello? Alright, let's fix this bug then first. But yeah, basically, let's like do this. This is int32, right? For some reason it's not inferred, right? But if I say like that this is inside of the scope, like this, and then I debug print the current custom context on the outside over here. This is going to crash because the context is not available outside of this. I don't type check it yet, right? But if I say that it is equal to 456 like outside here, then we are going to see 1, 2, 3, and then 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? But sometimes I want from the inner scope the thing to leak into the outer scope, basically. That's what I realized that I want. Odin is same as Jai, but with fixed context because Mr. Gingerbill doesn't want to implement full features of Jai. Yeah. So to me, effects feel also too strange and unneeded features. Yeah. So you modify it to pass values to the effect handler. You do like the idea of effects? Yeah, like the idea of effect is that, like, instead of saying that the function has an effect, we are going to say that the function needs to run in the context of the effect handler, right? So it's like the same feature, basically. So, and then the effect handler, we can also, like, so the algebraic effect systems usually, they, like, basically, they allow you to do too much. They always work in the, like, with the idea of continuations, while in reality, a lot of the, like, effects that you want, they, like, they don't need the continuation, and we can enforce it in the syntax. For example, we can have the current context, like, let's say that we have the logging context, right? We have a logger. Instead of having the effect logging, we have the logger context, right? And this is a context which, like, specifies the function of how to log, right? Like log string into unit, right? Something like this. And then over here we have the logger, like where log is as print global log, right? And then over here we say log is as local log. And then we, like, can have the actual, like, function log, which is the actual, like, function that we would use. So this would be the function that uses the logger, right? Instead of having the effect logging. And then over here we just say current logger dot log as, kind of like something like this is what we say. So over here we just say, like, log inside scope, and over here we log outside scope, something like this. And it crashed. Hold on a second. Place is not initialized. Which place? Context, new type. There we go. That's my bad. It still doesn't work. String is not string into a unit. Hold on 1 second. I'll fix it. What's the issue? Oh, I think that this log is like that log instead of this. Oh, it should print S. That's right. I was trying to, like, print this function instead of printing the argument to this function. There we go. That's my bad. Oh, it still doesn't work. Hold on a second. I'll fix it right now. Unless it maybe... yeah, there we go. There you go. So we have like local log and we have a global log, right? Instead of having this. So in this case, the logger, it doesn't need to capture the continuation. We just make sure that it's a function, so it doesn't have the overhead of capturing the continuation, and we guarantee that also, kind of, right? So if you wanted to do something with the continuations, which is then you would like have this specified as something that actually needs to do that. I'm not familiar with any of these languages. Is this really that useful that you need language support for this? Making things like login and allocation pluggable by default is definitely worth it. Yeah, I think so. Like logging, allocation, like I mean, yeah, like I said, in case of a like a game engine like Raylib, over here you initialize the window. The window is implicitly like this is now just tracked implicitly. You have the context that's saying that your Windows, your Raylib window is initialized. This begin drawing says that you are right now in the drawing context, right? But it is not checked, so you can write bugs really easily, right? So the idea is to have this being checked, that you use the API correctly while still not introducing, like the other solution is to have all of this to be done explicitly, like Zig does the allocation overwriting by having an explicit argument to all of your functions, which is allocator, but this is very explicit, right? And when you look at the Raylib source code, it is very simple looking, so we want to maintain the simplicity while still preventing the mistakes from happening. Or you can also use the assertion handler for the context of asserts. Yeah, I think like there's a lot of things. There also, since I'm doing compile time evaluation, the context system is also used at compile time to modify the behavior of the compiler. So like for example, right now the way I'm doing it, so like loops are not. Like a lot of the loops, a lot of the syntax in the language is not built into the language, but it's instead of like a macro, right? So in order to be able to break out of a loop, we need to know where the current loop body is. So this is just, in fact, a compile time context, the current loop body that I would want to like go back to in order to implement the continue syntax, right? This is just implemented with the compile time context, if that makes sense. So it's not a built-in feature, breaking out of the loops, continuing the loops, returning from functions. That is done through the context system at compile time. You could also do this for, like, I don't know, like turning off warnings, I guess. I don't know. So, like, whatever is, like, changing the compilation behavior, I guess. It could be used here. Assertion handler, so that like you basically either compile your asserts to a no-op or you actually perform the assertion, so that like sometimes you pay the overhead, sometimes you don't, right? That's what Odin does, I guess. Another usage for the context system that I am planning for is to handle the overflows. So when you like when you do a simple thing, like you say 2 plus 2, how do you know that this is not going to overflow when you're using an integer, which is a 32-bit, right? When you say a plus b, this can potentially overflow. So what should the behavior be there? This should be customizable, in my opinion. There's multiple ways to customize it, right? But I think doing it with a context system is making sense, you know, so that you want behavior to be different sometimes. Sometimes you want pure performance, so you say that you have undefined behavior there. Sometimes you want to check, sometimes you want to wrap, or whatever. Odin removes the asserts in release mode anyway. Ensures for checks that should stay in release. Yeah, but so instead of making that choice for you, where the asserts are going to be removed in the release, so like the assertion handler is not for the performance, just for the I guess for like better, like maybe logging of the assertion failure then, right? Maybe. But yeah, anyway, like there's a lot of things that you potentially want to customize, that a lot of the languages, they just do it for you, right? But we just provide the default and then provide a way to customize the behavior with the context system in a lot of ways without clogging the API at the same time. So if your function needs to have a logger, you don't have it as an explicit logger argument, because like having the logger everywhere would be very verbose. That's what the context system achieves. Right. Do you have any completion targets other than JS yet? No, JavaScript completion target was implemented recently, so I don't have anything yet. Here's my roadmap that I just created. Here's my plan. I have interpreter, I guess, and JavaScript, which is already 2 targets, right? Then we want C, transpiler, and then sometime in the very far future LLVM. But yeah, not sure in which order we want this. JavaScript is enough for a while. The only reason for me to do the C transpiler is just like to make sure that I am platform independent enough, I guess, right? Because I don't want to depend on a single completion target, right? So the language doesn't know like anything, even like about like the interpreter, I guess, much. Why bother with JavaScript and WASM? Because WASM is more difficult. You don't have to deal with DOM bindings. You cannot do anything with pure WASM. You have to interface with JavaScript anyway. At least for now. There is no direct access to the DOM from the WASM at this moment. Also, WebAssembly is just more work. Like similar to C, it's just a lower level target. More work. More work. That's the only reason. Because JavaScript, I was just like created, the entire transpiler was created like to compile a hello world, it just like done in a couple hours. Are the standard numeric types in Kast unboxed? There is I guess the answer is that it depends on the completion target. In the ideal scenario where like the language is actually like done, then it's not about the numeric types. Everything is unboxed. We want to be able to do the like everything is supposed to be unboxed. We should have the same semantics as like Rust and C and like any low level language that allows you to like do these things. Yeah. But right now there's a lot of interaction, especially in the interpreter. Bum 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 bum. All right, what was I doing? Oh yes, this thing, right? So the context system. I mean, or we can just talk about other things. If you have any other questions, feel free to ask them. There are some things that are planned only, like the borrow checker is also planned, similar to Rust. A little bit different than Rust, but similar. That is not there yet. But I do have references. And they're just supposed to compile down to pointers. If you do WASM, you also have to deal with JavaScript for DOM bindings, which means that like it's basically like JavaScript needs to be done anyway. Kind of. I mean, not exactly, but yeah. Do you plan on cheating the LLVM target? Potentially, like, yeah, I think like if it could be done so that the interpreter itself is jitted, right? Because we run the interpreter at compile time. So what, like, then the interpreter is really slow. So if I could jit over here, then it means that the compiler is faster, basically, right? Now, do we use LLVM for jitting or something else? That's an open question, I guess. But like, the idea for the LLVM in the far future is just so that the resulting compiled binary is fast. That's why we want it, right? So it's supposed to be used for the ahead of time compilation, but I don't know. We'll see. Because I do want to also support the use case of the language being used as an embeddable scripting language. Potentially. It actually was at some point, but then I rewrote it from scratch. And in that case, you want it to be jitted so that it's fast for sure. But do we do LLVM there? I don't know. There are other options for jitting, right? Oh, I actually have the width on the left side already. Yeah. Okay. So this is contextual argument. I can just do the syntax that I was thinking about already. I'm going to call this. So we have two types of context: the input context and the output context. Then, right? I guess context args. And then when we result over here, we want to have context result. This is going to be questionable with like this. So I'm just modifying my syntax right now for what we came up with a minute ago. So this is just introducing it in the syntax. It's not going to be used though yet. Where's the problem? I do not see the problem. QBE is a bit smaller. Yes, there's QBE and there's crane lift. That's if we use the existing option. There's also always the option of doing it manually. QBE is much smaller than crane lift. Yeah, then in this case, I guess we should go for QBE. But yeah, that's also far in the future. Actually, like, is there a reason for me to do the transpiler to C? That's another open question. Do I transpile to C? Or do I do QBE? That's the question, right? Because we don't want to do LLVM immediately because it's like very like difficult. But this is a question. I guess that is open. Can QBE do the WebAssembly? This language, Antimony, has the JavaScript backend and has C and QBE and in development, which means that they are targeting both. What is this language even? Is a bullshit pre-programming language? Of course. QBE only supports x86. Yeah, maybe because of that, transpiling to C makes more sense. Because then, like, once we compile to C, we can target everything C can target, right? So, yeah. I guess C transpiler makes more sense than to me. Because I can basically replace my JavaScript transpiler with the C transpiler by transpiling to C, compiling that to WASM, and then using that in the browser instead, right? And maintain a single compilation target instead of two, right? That just is a lot simpler. But having only JavaScript is even simpler, which is why what we do currently. What was I was like having... So this is the syntax definition for the language. I introduced the result context. And I have the syntax error, which is not reported properly. You know what? How about I do the reporting properly here? That would be nice. Because we have OCaml parse list. OCaml. This is the thing that I want. Because we like parse the list, but instead, I want to like parse the source, I think. Let's do parse source. So this is going to be a source into the rule set. Okay, so we just say that this is the source. We'll have the lexer. Yeah. So and then we expect end of file after everyone. No, we just expect the semicolon after everyone, I think, here. Right, let's create the lexer. With the source, and then we say so we basically say while it's not in the file, I'm trying to parse the another rule, right? Right now, you avoid lowering the first-class functions by just compiling them to JavaScript lambdas and letting JavaScript engine handle them. Yeah, I don't figure out what needs to be captured. Is one of the examples. Another example is like I'm not like I would need to also, if I transpile to C, to do the continuation passing rewrite for like implementing the asyncness, right? But I can just use the async in JavaScript. Yeah, there's a bunch of things like that. Also, I don't worry about the types because the program is already type checked, unless I transpile to C where everything is a void star, I guess. Then I would need to also generate the types. Like there's things to do, but it's doable. It's not that difficult. It just like takes more time than the JavaScript backend. QBE has a special env parameter to help implement closures and somehow invisible to all C calling conventions. You can pass env to a normal C function. It'll safely ignore it. It's really useful. Yeah, maybe. But if you transpile it to Kast, forgot to run this thing. Okay, so yeah, I just want to like have a better error messages. Better error message when for parsing syntax. Rule parse lexer. Rule is rule parse lexer. Rules is rules. I also want to expect the semicolon afterwards, I think. Lexer expect next semicolon. Oh, it's the other way around, of course. It's okay. Turns out all you need is unboxed numeric types and opaque binary blobs with size and alignment. They really thought types were key to good IR back then, but now we know better. All you need is unboxed numeric types and opaque binary blobs with size and alignment. Button IRs throw away all the other type info as soon as possible. I see. Also, when I'm compiling to the native target, what I want to do is the existentialization. So, for like, at least for the generic code, so this type information, size and alignment is basically going to be also stored in a runtime object for the generic arguments. And I guess that's all that you need there. Size and alignment, yeah. Not only size and alignment, yeah, like information about the fields. Actually, information about the fields is needed there. But I guess not when you like compile the code that is already known, yeah. Anyway, they still needed sometimes to correctly implement call conventions that treat structs differently depending on their internal fields. Okay, this is compiled, but now I want to not parse list. This is called over here, right? So so this over here, I'm splitting over the new line character. I'm removing everything that is a comment, so I'm going to skip the comments. I also don't want to see the from scratch there. Okay, so we don't do the parse lines at all, but I need this logic to be written here. We get rid of the parse lines. Wait, what? Oh, yes, this parse source. Yeah, we get rid of the parse lines, but I want this logic to be here. Okay. Yeah, so we basically say that while Lexer pick Lexer, is there a thing to skip comments? No, because we are like actually using them usually. But in this case, I don't want it. Let's do this. Skip comments is while Lexer peak token is comment. Do Lexer advance. That's all that I want to do. Is comment token. It's comment. So we skip the comments in the beginning. Or I guess like, okay, do I just do a while true here? Yeah, I guess I do a while true. Oh yes, I do. I do. We write this recursively. Let track go as this. And then we're just going to go here. Then we don't need the of list anymore, right? Well, we just have the accumulator, the current rule set. Right? So we start with the rule set. Hello? Hello? Anyone wants to autocomplete for me, please? Please go to definition. Stupido camel, I hate it. Oh, I am in the rule set module, that's why. Go empty. There we go. Just start with empty. So we basically say that we're going to say that peak is Lexer peak, right? We say that if peak is comment, then we just skip it. Then we just advance. And we go. So I call this ACK instead, I guess. Otherwise, peak is raw syntax, then advance. I'll pick the next one, or I guess I say that if peak Lexer token peak Lexer token is raw from scratch. I still want that to be fixed. Otherwise, well, I mean, yeah, I already advanced here. So this is where I actually parse rule from the Lexer. That's my rule. And then I say add rule to the accumulator. And then we go with that. But we also want to make sure that there is a semicolon afterwards. Lexer expect next semicolon here. And over here. All right, and then if it is not a syntax, then it is actually unexpected. Lexer, this error is oh, this is the parse error. I mean, yeah. So in this case, I'm just going like fail. Okay, not continuing. This is still like a temporary thing. Eventually, we make the syntax rules to be proper part of the language. This should return the rule set. Yeah, because in this case, we need to go and with the current accumulator, continue, right? So we don't have the parse lines anymore. And if I don't have the parse lines, then the rule set. So I include the file here, rules ks, right? But we instead want this to be the source. We instead want this to be the source. How do I, if this is included, so that I report the error properly? Is the else for a failed pattern match? No, it's for an if. It's a regular if else there. For the reporting, I want to make sure that I can point to this file, rules ks. So I guess we just parse source. So contents is this, but then I need the URI of string, but then this is like relative to the current one file. It's file name. I guess better than nothing. Parse rule set. So this parse source. Success. Go else. No, this is like if then else. There we go. A regular if. Alright, so now if I say cast, since I have an error currently it's supposed to give me. My OCaml is no longer compiling that quickly, you know. Oh wait, hold on. This is still not reporting. Source syntax default rule set. Wait, but how? Why can I not go to this file? Like, isn't this file? Hold on. Source syntax default rule. Oh, it's rules, not rule set. I have a rule set. Yeah, why is it rule set? Like, it should be the same name as this file. There we go. That's why I couldn't find it. Alright, there we go. So the actual error is this. So this right arrow is not expected. Oh, we expected the semicolon. But why is that? Why is that? That feels weird. That feels weird. Oh, because, wait. Oh, the right association can only happen after this. I think I need to remove the associativity from the functions. Like, I'm not doing the current functions anyway. So, but I mean, I guess it's associative because it's also associative with the generic. So if the function want to return the generic. Not doing current functions based. Originally I had the syntax where the function I don't like the current functions. They lead to bad error messages, in my opinion. It is the biggest issue. But originally I was trying to make the syntax of the language where you call the function without the parentheses. This also leads to some issues, even if you don't do it in a current way. Still. Also, one of the syntax issues which like requires explicit parentheses but technically could not is when I create the structures. So so at some point I could just say, like, for example, let A and B, or like I could say A and B is equal to B and A, right? But now I actually require the parentheses here, the curly brackets technically, but yeah, that was also like a big change. Before the same reasons, it leads to like it is really like easy to mess up your syntax when you're writing code, I guess. So like if you don't require the parentheses, you like sometimes miss it, and it like leads to better messages. That's what it boils down to. Carrying doesn't really make sense in languages with side effects anyway. I don't think it has to do with the side effect specifically, though. Applying a single argument and calling a function are meaningfully different with side effects. Well, I mean, yeah, sure, yes, I agree. I guess, yeah. Even although the side effects are tracked in the language. Supposedly, in the future. That, yeah, still has like different meaning. Like only the last application is the thing that has the effect. So you want to make sure that you are like doing that effect. And I actually like, Camel, I did debug. I did like write buggy code because of that, because I was like trying to use the carrying, and then it ended up like not behaving differently. Yes. All right, so I think I just don't allow the this thing to be after the associativity, because associativity means that I need to parse the result differently. So like I don't support that. But I think associativity here, well, I mean, unless, yeah, yeah, like, because like if we have a result and then we have with, this technically could be parsed as the beginning of another function, right, where we have argument and then with. So yeah, it's a little weird. I think we just remove the associativity from functions. Unhandled parser error. Where? In the default syntax. Over here. Yeah, because like this is a global thing, so it's like, yeah. Kast default syntax. I guess I just report this error here. Does that work? Technically, you can have an effect on any argument because the function might actually be written as a function that does something different than a function. Well, I mean, yeah. But, okay, we have duplicate rule, core function, and core function. Wait, really? Wait, where's the... There is no duplicate rule. You're joking. Oh, wait. Wait, what? No, duplicate rule, core function, and core function. That's not right. That's not right. Okay. I tried to fix to have better error reporting, but I introduced the bugs. Let's see here. Let's say that I parse the rule, right? Log info. Parsed rule print rule name. Let's see what I have parsed there. The function, it is parsed for the first time. There was no other function. I call current that never calls a function binding because bind in JS works like that. So you want to differentiate between a function taking multiple arguments and function returning functions. Yeah, I agree. I agree. You don't need to convince me that carrying is bad. Oh, wait. It's because it's like parsed only this thing. Look at this. The span is just this, so it did not parse until the very end. That's the issue, I guess, right? Which is very weird. How about I print the span here? Also, about all the other rules. Rule span. So we parsed, yeah, see, I parsed this thing over there. The function type is also there. Wait, hold on, everything is just like this. Why did it not complain about it before? Wait, that makes no sense. Unless I'm like reporting the span differently, maybe. Let's see, maybe my rule parse is actually wrong. Because start is the current token. But what's the span? Span is start, finish. Finish is just the current position in the lexer. After I have finished parsing. Oh, wait. Because we have this... yeah, okay. That makes sense. Because we need to collect the parts first. And then calculate the span. Alright, that's going to... have the spans better. Okay, so I actually... yeah, I parsed the entire thing. That's good now. Okay, but why does it say duplicate rule? This and that. But the rules are the same rules. It's because I added the rule twice. For some reason. Right? Am I maybe am I using this? No, I'm not even using it. Hold on. Let's do this. Let's do accumulator has the rules. String map iter function name rule current rule name. So like I'm just going to log all of the rules that we have before I add that one. Like it's supposed to not have it, right? Did I just find another bug? So I'm parse the rules core function, right? And right now I do not have a core function. There we go. So why does it say duplicate rule then? That makes no sense. Because like the node terminal is this. Because this is end. Okay, hold on. Is it broken because this ends? No, this one like. I might try convincing you in the other way though, because by attaching effects to individual args, you can reconcile side effects with curring. What does reconcile mean?
Reconcile.
You do things that were previously at odds. I don't know. Is there any example of what would be fixed by doing that? But like, I mean, if you need to do that, you actually resort to creating a function that returns a function, right? So like, especially like if the effects are like, I guess you like the like how would the two effects would be an odd, right? In the presence of linearity and like things like that only, right? So like you need to like, you know, like in that case, I don't know. I feel like I would need to see an example of what could be broken. But you can always like come around that by like making the current explicit, right? I might want to say, so duplicate rule. So like we're creating a state machine here, right? This is the syntax rules of the language. That's how I describe the syntax. This converts into a state machine, and basically in this state machine, I have two terminal node. I have a terminal node which corresponds to two different rules, which is supposed to not happen. So maybe I should print the current rule, like current path. For the duplicate rule here. Duplicate syntax, I guess. It's not duplicate rule, it's duplicate syntax like this, where I would print the node. So it means that my node should like I need to be able to print the node, right? Node. What's node? That's node. I guess we just print path. Print node path node, I guess. I think. So we like print node path. FMT node. I need to like basically is now if I want to print this, I need to make sure that I can reconstruct the path, which means that if I even needed to do this through accumulation, or I need to have the parent here. Parent. Right? So the empty one has the root, which is the parent being none. Parent node option. I guess we have this as another thing here. White space. Still in the same. Wait, is this even correct? Hold on. If I have an optional group, I think this is not correct. How did my stuff even work? Or no? No, insert like returns the result node, right? Updated. Yeah, I guess fine. We just have the same parent here. That's parent of the current node anyway. It would be made consistent because a function that does side effects before returning a function. Would have it reflected in the type signature. Well, I mean, it will have it anyway, right? The effect would be on the first arg rather than the second. Well, I mean, yeah, but like if you don't have curring, then you have a function that returns a function, and that has like the effect explicitly specified. Isn't that the argument? Like, that's another argument against the currying, like, or something. No? I'm not sure. Let me fix my stuff here. I try to insert this thing. So over here, I'm doing the edge in the state machine over the keyword or a value. So I'm going over the next node, which is we create either a new node or use the existing. And for that node, the parent is the current node, not that. Well, I mean, parent is some node, right? I might want to make this parent to be like, just so that I don't like break it. I want it to be an explicit argument. I think I like explicitly naming this is a parent. right? So basically, if I pass the node, then it should be like the existing parent. Otherwise, it should be the current node. Parent is some node. Yeah, that makes sense. And over here, we have the parent. Yeah, that's the same parent. Rule set root. Parent none. Insert here. Insert without group. This should be just named. That's all. Okay, so now that I have the parent, I can print node path properly. Right? So we just... okay, fine. We just print node path of the parent if we have the parent first, and then we like do this, right? So match parent should be recursive. Match node parent with some parent, and then we are going to print that. If not, then we don't do anything, and then after that we're going to actually print the node. Boom. I need to like know what is the edge that I traversed actually. Parent is some. Okay, let's do, you know, let's do parent is some, because I need to know what edge I was going through, right? So it's like it's the edge that we used to traverse from the parent, right? So edge, I guess we just say node and edge here. Option. Sure. So we have here parent and edge. Can I say edge? Print? No. All right, let's say match edge with keyword. Oh, each value has 0. Okay. Just do underscore. Then we do space. And then we first print node path of the parent. Then we do this. I mean, then we do space and then we do that, I guess. Well, and that's it, I guess. That's it. Okay, so parent is not node option. This is node and edge. So now the only issue is here, because the edge, we have the edge here, right? So we just say some node and edge. Okay, let's see now. This is supposed to report the error in a way. So duplicate syntax. Underscore. Wait, what? Really? Why is it underscore? Underscore means that it's the syntax, which is literally just a single value. That makes no sense, unless I'm printing it incorrectly. How about, actually... how about I like... I want to like print it here, you know? because this is where I added this. So let's do log info, log added rule syntax this, which is going to be a print node path node. Let's get rid of this other log. I don't like that. Trace. Kast will fix web dev by being another abstraction of JavaScript. Yeah, I think I'm not printing it correctly. Why is everything empty here? That makes no sense. Core statement syntax, semicolon. Because I have the semicolon in the end. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. Hold on. Print node path, the parent, print space. Like, am I not supposed to print either underscore or a keyword? Like, okay, can I say root here? Why is OCaml starting to compile slowly? We need to like a faster to compile language now. I literally dropped Rust because it was compiled slow, and now I have the same problem in OCaml, huh? Okay, it is definitely printed wrong. Hold on a second. Why is it printed wrong? Print node path, parent. Is my parent being set up incorrectly is what it means. Skip comments. It's not being used, alright. So I should only do this if I have the edge, and if I have the edge, then I use it as a parent. And the edge is here, right? This is the rule part. I mean, yeah. Parent is this. And so I'm setting the parent. Oh, wait. No, never mind. Insert node. Yeah, this is the node. Parent is the parent. Maybe it's all the recursive stuff. I don't know. Well, I mean, this is still pretty fast to compile, I guess. In Rust, this would be over a minute. Because, like, I'm basically changing, like, one of the core... Well, like, so this is the syntax parser, right? This is one of the first things that happen in the language. So basically, I'm recompiling the entire project from scratch here, is what's happening. Right? And the entire project is being, like, compiled in... like a little over 10 seconds. It's not that slow, I guess. But yeah. Will you go to Golang after this? I don't know. We just wait for Jai to be released and we write the compiler in that, because I heard that Jai is like processing 2 billion lines a second or something. But we, you know. Oh, I'm printing the node here because, like, I need to print this node, like the result. Let result be this. Or am I? Like, basically, I just do it after, potentially. No, there's something wrong. This looks a little bit better, but it's wrong. Like, a trailing comma is indeed underscore followed by a comma, right? But, use a star. This, we have a dot star, but we also have like there is a missing edge here, which is weird. So like I'm like not constructing it properly, or am I not printing it properly? We print the parent first, then we print the final edge, right? Yes. That's what I want. I kind of want to try making a competing implementation of Kast in Odin. Don't you have your own programming language? Or do you not believe in your own programming language now and you believe in Kast instead? Right. This is stupid. This is stupid. The issue is the incorrect parent. Parent node. This over here, inserted without parent. This one is a little bit weird, but I think that is correct, right? Can I also make sure that so this parent must be equal to the previous node parent, right? Right. So let's say that if parent is not, if parent is equal to node parent, then parent, else I'm just going to fail. Wrong parent. Like, because they are supposed to match, because we're supposed to arrive with the same node using the same path, right? Wrong parent, of course. Of course it's a wrong parent. I'm currently focusing on language agnostic backend, which I could use for Kast. Although I want to try to combine it to JS first. That can be done with figurant lowering. Yeah. So you're making a backend that we could use potentially. If you have a backend, you can instead try to like you don't need to implement the entire language from scratch, right? You can just try adding another backend to my language if you are into that kind of stuff, right? You can take a look at the JavaScript transpiler. The entire thing is just 1500 lines of code, in addition to the definition of the JavaScript AST, I guess, but like optimizer is not even used. I know. How would you want to rewrite Kast from scratch? There's a lot of things. I mean, I want to rewrite Kast from scratch, but in Kast, I don't like working with a camel though. Yeah, I mean, I don't like it either. Me neither. All right, let's see. Parent none. If we have a white space, we just go parent node. If we have a group, we have quantifier. If the quantifier is none, then we just insert this parent being node. Well, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Parent. Wait, what? Wait, what? I don't need this as an argument. I do not need this as an argument at all. I don't need this as an argument at all. Parent is just node parent. Just keep it as is. But I do not create the empty node. The empty node should be created with a parent. That's what we do instead. Root node empty parent is none in this case when we create the root. Over here I'm actually updating. So parent is going to be still node parent. If this is empty, then we say parent is node. Some node edge. Oh wait, it's because merge. No, this is not. No, never mind. Function current. Function next. Next, merge current. Merge next. Yes. Node next. This is my parent. Yes, that makes sense. And over here we insert. We don't have the parent here anymore. Is that going to fix it? Please. Okay, finally. I think this is correct. So there we go. We added this module syntax, module, colon, underscore. Okay, nice. So we have the function. So yeah, there we go. So the issue is that we have multiple. So basically, because function syntax is a syntax that has optional groups, right? It has optional groups. Specifically, the contexts can be omitted. The return type can be omitted. The result type can be omitted. Oh, wait, I understand now. Oh, okay. So the error is actually correct. Because, like, when I specify the syntax rule like this, right, I say that both the result type can be omitted, and the context result can be omitted, but in case and the context argument can be omitted. But if we have omitted the result, then and we have only a single with, then how do we know if the with is the context result or the context arguments? This is the incorrect syntax definition. That makes sense, because yeah, over here, right? If we have this. If we have something, then with, then something, and then fat arrow, and then something. Is this with the function arguments context or the result context now? That's the conflict that we have. All right. That makes sense. Because, like, I want the result to be over here. So I guess we specify the context result as an optional group inside of this group. That makes sense, right? So we can only do this after the arrow. If we have this arrow to specify the context type. and context result. Yeah, but for the function type, this arrow is required. For the function definition, it's not. Okay, is this going to work? Unexpected end of file over here. Wait, what? This is expected. This is expected. No. Yeah, we just should say that if this is end of file, right? If peak Laxer token is end of file, then we just return the accumulator. There we go. Okay, so I just added the new syntax, the way to define the syntax for the implicit return values, I guess. Right? So, I guess so if we continue with this example of a logger context, right, then we basically want to only be able to use a logger after we initialize the logger. So right now we must say with logger being this, right? But what if we want to have the function init logger, right? And this function should be the function that returns, like, it doesn't return the logger, it instead introduces the logger context. So we are supposed to say with logger here on the return type, and this is like doing something underneath, is the idea. So it seems like it's not... Oh, okay, hold on. I need to restart my language server for this new syntax to be parsed. There we go. So we are parsing the syntax, but we're not using this for the actual, like, we're not compiling it, I guess. So, but that's how we would want to have it done, right? So we basically can just say initialize logger, and now we can use the log function. That's how we want to write code, basically, right? Instead of it being like super explicit like this. Well, I mean, so we have a function, you know, create logger, right? Which is going to be the name, and this returns the logger. So this is like, this over here is the logger like type, and this context is like the field in the context thing. I might want to like figure this out to be better. So I say logger type is this. The logger context is that. So this create logger is the function that returns the logger. So this would say log is s into print name colon s, right? Something like this. So over here we can say with logger being create logger, like global, I guess. And this with logger create logger local. So this is like the explicit return value, and then we initialize the context with it. But in this case, we want the context to be initialized for us automatically. So the only question that remains is what is the syntax for defining the... I should actually, like, this should not be a test. I should make this a proper example for the loggers. Example of the context system. Yeah, so result is now having potential context. It's not a single unnamed anymore. This is the group though, right? Can I say like, I mean, I do have the context, right? So we have context here. I guess. Can I also like flatten this? Flatten children. Right. So then I say that result type is group tuple get unnamed 0, and context is group get named context. But in this case, we like ignore the context and we just return the result type, right? Flatten children. This needs the child tuple. I just need the children, and I need to flatten those. Exception not found. While compiling the core function less. Not found. Oh, because this is the context is optional, of course. The actual result type is not optional in case we return the result, right? It's only the context that's optional. And now we say context unavailable, right? So we say context unavailable in this example. So we do it at runtime because I don't have the compile time checking for it yet. But this over here, right? I cannot right now actually log because this implicit logger that initialized using the int logger, like that is not used at all yet. And like, how do I do this here? It's good for correctness to have quite different implementations. Yeah, I just don't think that you can implement Kast because Kast has no specification, and I'm changing the language constantly. Right? It would be interesting to see someone else creating the language like Kast in like I don't know. I would not be creating a Kast if the language existed already. You know? Yeah. Also, good luck with reading my code if you're actually going to be doing that, because my code is not readable. I'm not optimizing for readability yet. And I'm not sure if I ever will. I'm just writing my spaghetti. I'm not thinking about it much. So yeah, the question is, what is the syntax here for introducing the context that also like bubbles up from the functions, right? Because I think most of the time you actually want your like context to be local to the current scope. But what if you want it to be like bubbled up? That's the question, right? And then we also like need to prevent bubbling somehow potentially. I don't know. There are potential issues with that, but we will like try writing code and see what they are. So like, I mean, we say like with so we have like name here, right? But we say like, so I can say with logger being equal to create logger name here. After reading the QBE source, I'm ready for anything. All the variable names are literally 1 and 2 character abbreviations. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess my code is... I guess I try, at least, to not do that. I have the same issue. Like, I don't understand how the OCaml people writing code, because that's how the OCaml standard library is implemented. If you look this over here, everything is like... I mean, I guess I have an option. I guess it's not like that difficult, right? But there is a lot of places where everything is just a single variable name. in the OCaml standard library. And that is something that I find very weird. Can I find some example, maybe? That's good. Maybe Unix. Just the interface here. The type names help a bit. Oh yeah, hold on. The other option, the other thing that I don't like when I'm reading on OCaml's existing source code is because they try to never annotate the types. I mean, you can use the, I guess, like the LSP can show you the types, but that's not even like helping sometimes, because sometimes these types are, I don't know. There was some issue with that, even in the presence of the LSP. Or was my LSP not working in dependencies previously? Actually, yes, that's not. Yeah, maybe that's the case. My LSP was not working in the dependencies. This is the standard library. I guess it works in the standard library, but not in the third-party dependency or something. Anyway. Yeah. Okay. Maybe like what I'm saying is that my code could be worse. Of course. For sure. Okay, so even although I'm introducing the logger here, this is not being bubbled up to the caller, so we are still going to crash saying that context is unavailable. So we want a new syntax which introduces the context that is being bubbled up. Right now I'm just using with for everything related to context, except for like defining the context, I guess. I remember Badcop reading Tiny C source code and also being like that. Well, were you like that, Nigel, when you were trying to read my source code? Because you are one of the only people who tried that, right? Or maybe it's just like the algorithm is difficult, is like not explained, like, right? My source has different problems, yeah. Maybe. Can you say what they are so that we can improve when we rewrite the language in itself? I feel like we just need to explain the algorithm, right? But that's technically what what this was for, right? When I was writing this page, the Kast AST parser, like it's kind of like explaining the algorithm of the parsing here in brief. And I don't think that the fact that this doesn't live next to the code. Maybe there should be just a link to that or something. But then I'm not even sure that this is written in an understandable way. So yeah, there's like always the documentation issue, I guess. I'm not used to updating the documentation in general. What do you think the syntax should be in here? Like we can say like with return logger, maybe like so like with return means that we return the context. For example, is one of the options, because this is another return value, right? So we can return multiple values, like potentially this is not necessarily a single logger. We can like initialize multiple things here, this is not necessarily a single thing. We can have multiple implicit return values. So there is an explicit return value, which is just like the final thing, or just the return. But with return, it can be used multiple times. Feels weird that it is with return. Or I can just say return context. And there's another thing. With return is weird. I don't like that. We can also change the with keyword to something else. In your code, it's clear what you are doing. It's just now clear why you are doing it. It's just not clear why you are doing it. Okay. There are things like for n pb start this to something. I don't know. I feel like though that doesn't like that doesn't look too bad to me, I guess, except for the variable names. This for loop example. Not that I'm a C programmer, but I still can understand it. We can also say that when I return something, right, like return unit with logger, right, for example, that would be like explicit. So we always group the return value with the return context. But I think that's a little bit weird, like especially since it is supposed to be like bubbled up, basically. So like in case I over here, right, init logger like in another way, which is like this is a function now that introduces the logger, and this is just being bubbled up further, right? Is the idea? Which means that like over here, this logger is the scope local, but what if I want it to actually be like to the outside? Generally don't like putting too much code in the header of the for loop. I think like the reason I actually like it being in the header of the for loop, because that variable is the loop local variable, I guess, the n, n0, and p. So if it's not inside of the loop, then it would make me think that those variables are potentially usable outside of the loop. So it makes it more clear to me that it's part of the head of the loop, because otherwise you would, instead of writing this code, if you want to extract this initializer to the outside, you see what I mean? Like if this is outside, then this is like, I don't know, or you are okay with having a single variable here, but not multiple. But like now n0 and p is potentially usable outside of this for loop, so I would expect this to also be put into a dedicated scope. I mean, I think in C you'd like you don't have like scope local variables. The variables are always like local to the functions, or is that not the case anymore in modern C? I don't know. But yeah. We can say with bubbling, with bubbling logger, because we want to the bubbling behavior for this logger, right? That's what we do with bubbling? Or like with returning logger? Like not return, because we don't return from the function. But like some word here, right? It's possible your code is great. I was just my own skill issue that kept me from understanding it. No, I mean, no, I know, like, I would improve some codes, like, by at least extracting more things into functions, naming them, which will allow you to understand the high-level structure easily. For sure, in some places. Maybe. Returning. Does this make sense with returning? With return logger? But like, then I just want to say with return, kind of. I know. We can start with return, but later I feel like I will change it to something else. So basically, it is not a real return, but we are appending to our return values, kind of, in an imperative way, right? So that when we finally actually do return, this is also returned. Mm-hmm. All right, I did some improving. Improve error message when parsing syntax rules. Guess this can be discarded then if I have the context. This over here is also an example, so I don't want to change that. Although, wait, I mean, yeah. Mm-hmm. I'll just commit this. But this is not working because I need to implement it. So I guess I'm not implementing it today though, because I'll need to go right now. Cannot find returnable in scope because this is not there, like this is done differently, right? Yeah, this is what we want. I'll think about it more, and maybe we'll implement that next time, or maybe I will work on something else. Who knows? For each temporary in the function, for each use of that temporary, check if the use is in the same block as the temporary is defined in. Okay, it's true. If the temporary is only used in the block is defined it. That's the code that was there. Yeah. I guess it looks like use plus plus, and use is there a pointer. I don't like using pointer plus plus, but I guess, yeah. I think I will not have pointer arithmetic in the language, at least like because I'm targeting JavaScript and I want to like be abstract over what I'm targeting. Not all of the backends have the pointer arithmetic. So pointer arithmetic is something that is like specific to specific backends. That's what I'm saying. So just like the JavaScript functions are specific to JavaScript backend. We'll see if I can do it in a good way, abstracting over the backends. I already have like strings, for example, and strings. I added the Unicode support, and so in the JavaScript backend, the strings are UTF-16, and in the interpreter they are UTF-8. And they could be just like an array of chars. So UTF-32, I guess. And another one. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Let's go watch some Zig. Thank you guys for watching. See you next time. Bye. I wonder how you transpile tagged values to C or in a backend. Well, I mean, you have a tag followed by the union, I guess. Just like how you would detect union in C. I'm expecting something like that. I don't think that, like, there's like the niche optimization, for example, that's possible in a language like Rust, but we don't do this like for a long time. I think we don't care about these optimizations immediately. Like where you have a, if you like can guarantee that the data cannot be 0, then you can use 0 as the tag value or something like that. Yeah. You'll need to monomorphize that. I don't think so. I think it's possible with existentialization. Anyway, yeah. See you guys next time. Bye.